Good evening and welcome to this evening's Suffolk Public Schools work session. Dr. Gordon is going to begin the meeting with a report on our 2022 Climate and Culture Survey results.
Thank you, Dr. Buck. I'm going to move down to the podium and be joined by Mr. Sean Dickerson, our Coordinator of Data and Research. All right, good afternoon, Dr. Buck, Ms. Byram, school board members. Mr. Dickerson and I, similar to what we did last July in 2021, we want to provide the school board and our school community with feedback on our climate and culture survey results. Mr. Dickerson is going to provide some overall demographic data as well as the process, and I'll get to the specific results. A couple of things we're going to talk about today is going to actually be the survey construction, which will be handled by Mr. Dickerson. Division-wide employee perceptions, because we wanted to make sure that we actually are going to talk a little bit about each one of the employee groups. Division-wide instructional staff perceptions, parent perceptions, student perceptions, and then we have certain things that you'll see actually that are highlighted in red to let you know that these are going to be the areas that we're going to have for as a focus as a part of our feedback and growth for 22-23. Mr. Dickerson?
All right, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Dr. Brooks-Buck, Vice Chair Bynum, and school board members. For some background information, these annual climate surveys allow the division stakeholders the opportunity to express their opinions about the school division and provide feedback related to the learning environment at each school. The surveys have traditionally been administered during the month of March to all SPS staff, parents, and students in grades 5, 6, 8, 9, and 12. They are primarily administered as an online survey. However, paper and pencil versions are provided to parents upon request. Each survey is aligned to the division's strategic plan goals and can contain up to 43 questions depending on the respondent group. Copies of the surveys that include all potential questions have been provided in your board member meeting packet. These same questions have been consistently administered for the past 7 years. During the administration window, numerous reminders and participation updates are distributed in order to encourage participation. However, it's important to note that participation is completely voluntary and not a requirement for any stakeholder. This slide displays the number of survey respondents from each stakeholder group over the past 3 years. As can be seen, the 2022 results that Dr. Gordon will be presenting tonight are representative of roughly 1,300 staff members, 3,300 students, and 2,700 parents. With that said, I'll turn the presentation back over to Dr. Gordon.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dickerson. The first group I want to talk about is the overall division-wide employee perceptions. And as you can see on the top line, we have a range here of 73 and 92% that actually express agreement to the survey items, meaning that the survey was actually viewed to be both reliable and valid, as well as covering the issues of employees. 92% felt that individual differences and backgrounds are respected, which is very important here in Suffolk Public Schools, as we always want to make sure that we celebrate the diversity of our students, but also the diversity of our staff. 89% felt that employees are encouraged to work as a team. One of the things that we really have tried to model at the school administration office is the eliminating the idea of working in silos. An area of focus for us as we move forward is that 73% agree that they are involved in decision making. This is part of a conversation that we have really already had with our principals at our May and June leadership meetings about making sure that we include all employees in the decision making, which also will allow for more ownership. As we talk about administrators, 100% of administrators felt that professional learning was adequate and they are proud to work in the school division. You know, as you all know, our professional learning focus of our administrative teams was continuous learning for continuous improvement. And that was really a part of our overall plan to review our school improvement process. So it's great to see that all of our administrators were actually on board with that. For our instructional staff, 91% felt individual differences were respected, 88% felt to work as a team, but again, That's 70% for decision-making, as well as resolving concerns. And we've kind of, in looking at the comments, when Dr. Branch, Mr. Dickerson, and I had some discussions, that resolving concerns really came back to feedback on discipline referrals, as well as individual differences that faculty may have with each other. For school-based support staff, 97% felt that they had quality resources. That one line right there shows that the school division is allocating money properly. 97% also felt the differences were respected, but 79% felt that they wanted a greater need of opportunities for leadership. So this is part of the reason why when we did our SPS visioning presentation, why you heard the idea from Ms. Forsman for career pathways. That is our way to address that. Also for division-wide instructional staff perceptions, 95% of our teachers agree that teachers communicate with parents about student progress. And that's before we get to just the opportunity for the report card. This is progress reports, this is parent conferences, this is emails, phone calls, you name it. And the staff, 93% of the staff also felt that teachers are accountable for student learning. And that's kind of self-explanatory. That's a part of their evaluations. This also, as you all saw in my evaluation packet, part of the reason why we had so many observations that were done by administrators of our teachers. 87% felt they are empowered to impact student achievement. We wanted to put the ownership back in the teachers' hands, especially not only with SPS Connect, but as we were beginning to move away from some of our remediation plans that we had to do last year and more of our accelerated learning focus that we did this year. 50% felt the discipline policies were effective. Now, I know that number does seem low, and that's an area that we can continue to work on. This piggybacks on the presentation that you all heard from Dr. Brown and Mr. Boone. But I also want to point out that it's actually up 6% from last year, and feedback that you all have given me as the superintendent will continue to make sure this is going to be an area of focus. 48% felt that morale was high. That number has dropped. And the main reason in reviewing the comments that number had dropped was because of class coverage. And just as a reminder, morale is a specific period of time. Climate is a short period of time, days, weeks, and culture is your extended period of time, could be months, years, on how people feel about things. And we know, as Mr. Dickerson had mentioned, with this survey coming out in March, we know that a lot of our teachers at that time were feeling tired. And this is also part of the reason that we strategically placed our bonus a couple of weeks later in April so that they could go out well on the spring break and have money to spend. Let's talk about our parent perceptions. As you can see here, 95% felt that the school utilized technology for learning, 94% felt the students were expected to work hard, 92% felt that the school facilities supported learning. Again, this goes into our infrastructure that we've been talking about, the increased technology that we have in the classroom, the technology that we have in the halls, but also with a lot of our newer buildings and some of the things that we've done differently with maker spaces, giving them a greater opportunity for students and staff to be able to collaborate. Two areas of focus that we've had that I've shared with you all previously. 63% felt that transportation met expectations. We know about the late buses and the bus driver shortage. 64% felt that the cafeteria met expectations. Ms. Forsman has already tasked Dr. Whiting to continue with our student survey and also to pilot and sample new foods for next year. That was something that we want to be able to focus on as we want to try some different things. And as I think I've shared with you all before, the school pizza is definitely a very, very popular item. But the only challenge is that the supply did not meet the demand of our students. So we actually felt that that had a little bit of an effect on the cafeteria's expectations. I also wanted to just point out some of the increases and decreases based on the same data that I showed to you all last year in July of 2021. Recognizing student achievements. This was a point of focus that you all gave me last year in my evaluation. And I commend our administrators for raising it up 5%. Students were recognized a lot more this year in Suffolk Public Schools, going from 77% to 82%. A decrease that we knew was going to happen was parents' opportunity to be able to volunteer. And you saw that drop 15%. But I also want to be clear, as you all know, that was because of our COVID protocols. We couldn't allow our parents into our classrooms just because of our high COVID rates that we had. And we began to relax those at the end, and we're going to hope that we can be able to open up the year with allowing more volunteer opportunities like we've had in the past for the 22-23 school year. Let's talk about the student perceptions. 95% of the students felt they know what behavior is expected. This means that our teachers and our administrators and our parents are doing a great job of relaying those expectations to our students. 92% felt they were expected to work hard and to do their best. That's the encouragement. That's the building the relationships right there. 77% felt that at least one adult knows them well. This was something that Ms. Byron pointed out to me last year in my evaluation of making sure that we were increasing not only relationships, but mentoring opportunities with our kids. I commend our administrators and our instructional staff for doing that. As you can see, that's up 3% from last year. Areas of focus. 50% felt that students did not treat teachers with respect. That's really interesting to us because that lets us know that our kids weren't in approval of their peers' behavior towards the staff. And a lot of times it's good when you have peers that can have some of those conversations that may fall on deaf ears if they're consistently hearing it from adults. And once again, students also had some concerns at the cafeteria. 44% felt satisfaction with the school cafeteria. Again, that would be a point of emphasis from the Food and Nutrition Services Department. Something I put at the bottom there I also wanted to point out. 39% of our students felt that they treat each other with respect. So that's also very interesting because that lets us know that the kids see some of their own issues with themselves. This is a part of the reason why we felt that our morning meetings and our social emotional learning and having those conversations about restorative practices, it was really important. Our positive behavior intervention strategies. And if the kids are seeing that they're not treating each other with respect, we think this is going to be a great target for us to continue to work with. So the areas that you all saw in red are going to be the areas that we're going to focus on for 22-23. And when I stand before you next year in July of 2023, I'm going to have a lot of the same data. As Mr. Dickerson said, we've used the same questions as long as your strategic plan hasn't changed for 7 years. With our new strategic plan that will probably go into effect in January 2023, we're then going to begin to take a look at changing some of the questions. But based on the fact that this is the feedback that we received from our entire school community this year, this is going to be our feedback and growth for next year. Increasing involvement of all staff in decisions that impact their work. Career pathways, making sure that office managers, for an example, are part of the leadership teams within the building. Improvements in both the cafeteria and transportation. I'm very confident that Mr. Privet, new leadership in the transportation department, using the audit that we got from EduLog, is going to put some things in place so that our drivers are more familiar with their routes. And we will also continue to incentivize our drivers for attendance and for doing things the right way. We're still going to increase student recognitions. Even though that percentage went up, that's something that you all know I'm very big on, making sure that our kids are recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really all about us trying to find additional ways to motivate our kids to come to work come to school each and every day, but also to be successful. Development of strategy to improve student respect. This is a piggyback on the presentation, once again, that you all received from Dr. Brown and Mr. Boone. All of those strategies, the feedback, the data that they've talked about in their discipline presentation, as well as what you're seeing from the climate and culture survey, is going to drive different activities that we're going to do. We're going to shape these morning meetings and some of our social emotional learning plans to address respect. And there's respect of yourself, respect of your family, respect of each other. Those are things that we're going to focus on. Efficiency in resolving concerns in a timely manner. That also includes feedback. Feedback to students, feedback to staff, and feedback to parents. And as I spoke about in our SPS vision presentation last month, community leadership, it's a big piece of that, will be the volunteering, the mentoring and the tutoring programs that we're looking to establish at our faith-based churches and institutions. Having opportunities for people that are in the fields that our kids want to go into to be able to speak and meet and give them internships and give them some of that work-based learning that you all have heard Mr. Skinner talk about in the past. These 6 areas right here are going to be our focus for 22-23. Again, this is derived from the red highlighted areas that you saw from the climate survey from the bulleted items that I put up there. So at this time, Madam Chair, I will open it up to questions for either me or Mr. Dickerson.
Board members, do you have questions? We'll entertain them now. Board members? Okay, no board member questions. The only question I have is, I'm sure that the answer is going to be affirmative. The public has access to this information online. Can we direct them just very simply to where they could find Mr. Dickerson or Dr. Gordon?
Yes, of course, this will be a part of our ESB, but now that with the mandate that minutes also have to be presented online, we will put it under the school board link, and we can have a direct link to this presentation so the public can see.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. Ms.
I don't
Barrow.
have a question. I have a comment or two. I want to thank the people that worked on this. Excuse me. I want to thank the people that worked on this and the respondents to the survey. You know, I thought the numbers were fairly well, you know, for the times we're in. And I appreciate them taking the time to do that. I've spoken with several parents and constituents in my area, and they, you know, I advised them to respond to these things, and I think the response is getting better. I hope that has improved some. But I think everything that was found is probably truthful, and it's a very good survey. And the items that you're going to respond to are exactly what we need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
We know morale has some issues, but we know what COVID has done to the school system and to the community and the world. And we are going to overcome those things. And I think you have a plan, I'm sure you have a plan, and your staff to address those things. And the issue of respect, I think I've spoken with you about that before, like you said. I'm very concerned about that, but that's not only in school, it's in the community, it's in our world. There's a lack of respect for people, and we all need to work on that. We all do. So I hope you have come up with a lot of good strategies, you and your staff, that will, you know, help us move forward in those fields. But I think overall, I'm well satisfied with, you know, this report. Thank you, Mr. Dickinson, too, for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move forward with our agenda at this time. Mr. Waller, we need a motion.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following items and subjects pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended. Number one, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the school superintendent and any revisions to terms of his employment. And number two, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the attorney for the school board and any revisions to terms of his employment. And number three, the discussion and/or consideration regarding the performance evaluation of the clerk of the school board and any revisions to the terms of her employment, all of which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
So move.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Other questions? If not, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byron?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Mr. Wong.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of July 14th, 2022 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
So move.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions on the motion? Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Board members, we will recess for 20 minutes, and then we will reconvene. Thank you.
You can give them back their phone.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience this evening. We're going to begin the second portion of our meeting, of the Suffolk Public Schools. We'll begin this evening, we're calling this meeting to order, with the pledge, which will be led by Board Member Loretta Mayo from the Holy Neck Borough.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We have an action item at this time.
Madam Chair, I would like to offer a resolution approving the terms and conditions of an addendum to a contract of employment between the Suffolk City School Board and Dr. John B. Gordon III. I make that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the resolution that's been offered. Are there questions by board members? If there are no questions, Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to move that we accept a resolution approving the terms and conditions of an addendum to a contract of employment between the Suffolk City School Board and Wendell Waller.
I second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the resolution for employment for approving the employment and the new terms and conditions for employment for our school board attorney, Mr. Wendell Waller. Are there questions by board members? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
We can go on. We need to do an action for the evaluation. Because that's done. The other one is done. Is that correct?
No.
No, it's not
No.
necessary.
You don't need to do a motion on the
for the other one.
evaluations.
Okay. All righty. We need a motion for the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I ask that we approve the agenda as presented. Make a motion.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the agenda as presented. Are there questions or concerns? All right. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
We have public speakers tonight on agenda items. Madam Clerk, would you read the necessary conditions?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the City of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceedings. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment, but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
This evening, we have Dr. Deborah Wallstrom, and she will speak regarding minutes and secondary course proposal. Dr. Wallstrom.
Can you pass this up there? I do have an exhibit for you this evening that goes with this part of my presentation. Good evening, board members. Tonight, I want to share additional thoughts related to comments you will find in June's meeting minutes. At your June meeting, 4 of you voted to change a policy having to do with the purchasing power of the superintendent. In that change, the school board itself took itself out of approving contracts and such and gave it to the superintendent. Now, there were a couple of questions asked by school board members to which the chair and Mr. Waller responded. As included in the minutes, Attorney Waller explained that this was not a new policy expanding the contracting authority of the school superintendent, but aligning language in Section 4-6.2 to what was previously adopted by the school board in October 2020 and found in Section 4-6.1, subsection B, and setting parameters and limitations on the superintendent's contracting authority. I think you were misled to adopt a policy that is not in your best interest. I've made a couple of notes to show where the school board is taken out and the superintendent is put in place for the purchases, including contracts. I've shared a copy of that policy with my notes to show you where all of this had been done to the policy, and you've got that in front of you. After the vote, I was still uncomfortable with the policy change and felt I needed further clarification after Mr. Waller commented on the reason for the change. So I wrote out what looked to be true as a result of the policy change and came up with 4 statements. Number one, the superintendent does not need the approval of the school board for any purchase from a government agency. It doesn't matter the cost of the items, goods, or services. He does not need approval. Number two, if items or services do not require a competitive bid or a sealed bid, he can approve items and services up to $100,000. Well, this is a number we have heard several times, and I believe it's because someone wants us to think the superintendent cannot spend over $100,000 anywhere without permission, and that's not true. If an item does not require either competitive sealed bids, if an item does require either competitive sealed bids or competitive negotiations, no limit has been placed on the superintendent by the school board. And Section 6-7.2 might need to come before the board at another time. So 4 implications. Since Mr. Waller is the person who facilitates the policy development, I emailed him to verify or not the 4 statements. He did not respond. I then forwarded my request for clarification to the 2 board members who make the policy committee, Dr. Brooks Buck and Mrs. Byram. I shared that if I did not hear back from them, I would consider their statements valid, these 4 statements valid. Neither one responded. So even though the chair, the vice chair, and Waller are the policy committee, none of them responded. Why wouldn't the tyrannic trio verify the impact of the ordinance? I think it's because there are board members who care more about the superintendent than their responsibilities as school board members. Perhaps the superintendent tells the board chair what he wants, and she does what is needed to ensure he gets it, whether it's best for the school division or not. Puppet policies are often not good practices, and even though approved, this is one of those policies. I encourage the policy committee to again review the misdirected policy in light of the implications it holds now and for the future. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts this evening.
At this time, we'll have reports from the superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Buck. I'm going to call to the podium our community engagement facilitator, Mr. Melvin Bradshaw, to give our good news report. He's going to speak about Lana Glover, one of our Kings Fork High School alumni, another Centaura Healthcare Grant for 2022, our teacher wish list winner, our Suffolk Pilot Club, some of our athletic wins, and then I will conclude with the calendar of special events. Mr. Bradshaw?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. We're going to start off our good news report tonight with Suffolk Public Schools alumni. Congratulations to Alana Glover, a former graduate of Kings Fork High School. She was recently sworn in to the Virginia State Bar in the month of June. She attended the Virginia Commonwealth University for undergraduate studies and then the University of Baltimore School of Law. An interesting side note on Ms. Glover is that in her 3rd year of law school, she was recognized as one of the top 10 female law students in the country by Miss JD, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization dedicated to the success of aspiring and early career women lawyers. Our next report is about our Centaura Health Career Camp. This summer, during the week of June 27th through July 1st, 18 students with an interest in healthcare and science from grades 7 through 9 participated in the Centaura Healthcare Camp at Centaura Obici Hospital. This one-week camp was provided to students at no cost. Students were introduced to many jobs and departments that make Centaura Obici Hospital successful. Hands-on learning included CPR, pharmacy robotics, setting cast, how to check for blood sugar, bandaging simulated wounds, and more. We hope that the students' experience in this camp will generate their interest in Lakeland High School's Project Lead the Way biomedical science program. During the 2021-22 school year, Hatcher and Fry Orthodontics awarded deserving teachers a $250 gift certificate to purchase school supplies, additional learning tools, or technology for their classrooms during each month of the school year. Nominations were accepted year-round. Recently, Linda Lewis, a third-grade teacher at Florence Bowser Elementary School, was recognized as a Teacher Wish List winner. She was nominated by one of her students. Rainey Chapman, special ed paraprofessional at Creekside Elementary School, was recently honored by the Suffolk Pilot Club as Special Education Paraprofessional of the Year. Ms. Chapman is described as being an advocate for all students. Students truly feel they are loved and supported by Ms. Chapman. She is always willing to take on extra tasks to support the students, whether covering late bus duty or leading the class in instruction in the absence of the classroom teacher. And moving to athletics, Nansemond River shortstop Clay Grady has been named the Virginia High School League Class 5 State Player of the Year in baseball. Grady was exceptional at the plate and in the field. Grady batted .465 with 27 runs and 23 RBIs. He also had 12 doubles and 4 triples. Defensively in the field, he made just 2 errors and 73 attempts this season. He was also selected as the 2022 All-Tidewater Baseball Player of the Year. Grady, who signed with Virginia Tech, led the Warriors to the Class 5 state semifinals before they fell to Glen Allen in extra innings and a walk-off homer. And finally, in its 37 years of honoring the nation's best high school athletes, Gatorade announced DeAndre Hardy of Nansemond River High School as the 2021-22 Gatorade Virginia Boys Track and Field Player of the Year. Hardy is the second Gatorade Virginia Boys Track and Field Player of the Year to be chosen from Nansemond River High School. The award, which recognizes not only outstanding athletic excellence, but also high standards of academic achievement and great character demonstrated on and off the field. This distinguishes Hardy as Virginia's best high school boys track and field athlete. As a senior, he won the 110-meter high hurdles and the triple jump at the Class 5 state meet this past season, leading the Warriors to a third-place finish as a team. He is now a finalist for the prestigious Gatorade National Boys Track and Field Player of the Year Award. This concludes our Good News Report.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. And Madam Chair, I have a few calendar of special events. Definitely want to give a special shout out to all of our students that have been involved in our SPS Summer Series, which started on July 5th. The expectation is that all of our students have 19 days of perfect attendance. As a reminder, National Night Out will be August 2nd, taking place at Kings Fork High School and Creekside Elementary School in several locations throughout the city. Our summer school graduation will be at 6 p.m. at Nansemond River High School on August 4th. And our next school board meeting, Madam Chair, will be August 11th. This concludes the Good News Report.
Thank you so much. At this time, I need a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Are there questions? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins? Yes. Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have some action items, and one item actually should be an information item, but we have an action item, the adjustment to the school board meeting date. April 13th will need to move to April 6th because it is during spring break. So could we have a motion with regard to that?
Madam Chair, I move that we move the meeting of April 13th board meeting to April 6, 2023.
there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and the reason was stated. Are there any questions? Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now, the organizational chart we have listed in error actually as an action item. It really is an information item, but since we have it listed, we'll do it this way. The superintendent can organize this group in any way that he sees fit, but will you share with us information?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to present the organizational chart to the school board and to the school community based on the additional positions that were a part of our approved and adopted budget, making some subtle adjustments such as placing the Human Resources Department under Chief of Administrative Services, Dr. Brown, who formerly served as Director of Human Resources, as well as the elevation of our former coordinator of CTE to Director, and some other things that we have done in order to make sure that we can streamline the process. Again, these positions have already been approved, but we wanted to make sure that we showed the board exactly how the organizational chart will look moving forward. You can do the, do the whole, you can just put one of them up there, doesn't really matter.
Can you see it? That's the finance. Are there any questions by board members? Okay. Now we can move forward with unanimous consent unless we feel that there's going to be. Any board members have any concerns at all? Okay. All right.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the organizational chart as presented.
Second.
We can go through that. Madam, we can move forward with unanimous consent, or we can just do as we've done. We can vote. I have no problem with that. Madam Clerk, just vote. Just do the vote. Call the roll. Roll call vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, our next item is the new secondary course proposal.
Yes, Madam Chair, we are excited from Dr. Branch, our Chief Academic Officer, and Dr. Maria Lawson Davenport, our Director of Curriculum Instruction, who will be available in case there are any questions. Our new course proposal is a data science course for high school, grade levels 9 through 12, a prerequisite being geometry. This is actually a pilot that we're looking to start at Lakeland High School as a part of the Virginia Department of Education, which we feel will also be a strong partner for our Project Lead the Way program. This data science is more like analytics, does have some open source technology tools. Students will engage in a data and science problem-solving structure to interact with large data sets as a means to formulate problems, collect and clean data, visualize data, model to predict, and communicate effectively about data-formulated solutions. We are excited to be able to start this program. We're looking for 20 to 25 students to be a part of this for this year. Again, this is a pilot from the Virginia Department of Education, and we're happy that Suffolk Public Schools has chosen to be a partner.
Wonderful. Board members, other questions?
Madam Chair, I recommend that we approve this new course for Lakeland High School as a pilot program.
I second the motion.
Right, it's been moved and seconded that we approve this opportunity for Suffolk Public Schools to pilot a program for the State Department.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Our next agenda item is public speakers on non-agenda topics. We will read a statement. We'll ask speakers to remain courteous and listen carefully to the statement that's being read. Follow time limits, and please be courteous. Thank you.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak. That persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Ms. Karshina Robertson. Wants to speak regarding sending virtual school information to the wrong number.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Karshina Robertson, 289 Burnett's Way, Suffolk, Virginia. I'm here to address the matter that my kids couldn't sign up for virtual program this year because they made a mistake and send the enrollment to the wrong phone number. And when I called the school, they told me to call to the school board office, and I did. And when I talked to the lady that was in charge of the virtual program, she stated that they was going to investigate. It took them 2 weeks for them to call me back. And when they called me back, they were saying that they sent it to the wrong phone number, and they still not going to let them in the virtual program. My kids are this Kendora Boone, that's Amora Boone. Both of them, they honor roll students. They never been in trouble. I have a lot of medical problems, and I will not send them back to public schools, in-person schools. And due to my medical issues, I tried to get in contact with the superintendent, Mr. Gordon. And when I kept trying to call and asked him to call me back, I didn't get no response. I talked to the secretary, and she just said that he was going with the decision, and they wouldn't let me talk to him. And I also contacted the chairman, and they gave me her phone number. She been trying to help me the best way she could, Miss Bucks. She been helping me, and they still cannot get in the virtual program. And I feel like it's unfair. When I called to the school board administration office, they talked to me very unprofessionally. My kids had to hear that because I had them on the speakerphone. And when they talked to me unprofessionally, I asked to talk to the one that was in charge over them, and they gave me Dr. Gordon's name, but I couldn't get in contact. They wouldn't let me speak to him directly at all. And it's just been very hard that I really don't know what I'm going to do because my kids, we don't know what school they're going to because they keep telling me pull them out of the Suffolk Public Schools. And I feel like it's wrong to pull them out of Suffolk Public Schools when they are good kids, they make good grades, they never been in trouble, and they cannot go back to in-person school due to my medical issues, and I don't feel safe for them going due to COVID problems. I don't want them to bring COVID back to the house due to my breathing problems. And I talked to probably about 10 people, and they said they're not going to put them in a virtual program. And Ms. Bucks tried to help me the best way she could. She was very nice to me. And but they still, it's always something that they cannot get into the virtual program. And also, I think it was something else. Okay, the virtual program, I talked to the lady. She said they can still put them in the program. Tomorrow is the last day. And she said all they have to do, someone from the school board to call her, I have the number, and give her to say so to put them in there, and she would be glad to do so. And yeah, tomorrow is the deadline. And it's what? And they said if that they don't go to that virtual program, if they don't put them in there, I have to pay $5,000. And I'm in right now I'm trying to get disability. I'm not working due to my medical issues, and I'm in progress with to get disability. I cannot afford right now to pay for the virtual program. And like I said, I talked to 10 people, and they still not trying to help me put them in the virtual program. And I feel like it's unfair. And they cannot go back to in-person learning. They've been in virtual Virginia for 3 years. I never had a problem with enrolling them into the school. And they also said if they put these two in there, they will also have to put the other ones in there. And I don't understand why it's that, because I never had a problem getting them enrolled in school. I always go by the enrollment through the school. Thank you. I just wish someone could help me put them in virtual program. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Travis McKinney, Leadership.
Travis McKinney, 2804 Lakeland Point, Leadership Part 2, Madam Chairwoman. I've stood here before this board before, and I've said this board does nothing but practice groupthink. I've said that this board is not a bunch of leaders, but a bunch of decision makers and a bunch of followers. So tenet of leadership is lead, follow, or get out of the way. Last month, you all decided to get out of the way. Suffolk did not elect the school board members to cede authority or power to the superintendent. I've said it before, this is all about power, control, and manipulation. I'm not going to continue too much on this point. I got other fish. But I just want to make a visual representation to what I'm talking about. When the superintendent first appeared here and was first employed, he sat to the wings. Now he sits dead center court on the right-hand side of the chairperson. If the school board doesn't believe, the school members don't believe that they're ineffective, right there in front of you. Last month, the chairwoman made such a rant that even the Suffolk Herald had to report on it. So leadership or accountability, or taking responsibility for your actions, is something that the school board fails time and time and do over and over again when the school chairwoman goes out and makes all kinds of neat public statements. Chairwoman asked me to proclaim that she's been in court 4 times, and some judge says something to this or that about people telling lies. She made remarks that suggested that she's an innocent victim of political attacks. So this is not uncommon because when the city hall asked to do some oversight committees, the chairwoman fired off a letter saying it was nothing but a political attack. It's a common theme that I hear from this chairwoman, that she's the victim. She made remarks suggested that she was an innocent victim. Strangely enough, she failed to mention the reason why she was dragged into court 4 times. 3 times is because of the failure of the school board itself to meet FOIA requirements. All 3 times adjudicated against the school board, and the reason why she was called into court was because of a recall petition signed by her people that are in the borough, costing the taxpayers over $350,000. You see, that's the leadership issue that you have. Instead of just answering the FOIAs, marching on, be dragged into this groupthink mentality. As referenced by the Suffolk Herald, the chairwoman continued on her litany by publicly calling out a Facebook group for cyberbullying. She demanded this group to stop exercising their First Amendment rights and proceeded to break this Facebook group that is the problem to all her woes, I guess. In the same breath, the chairwoman began an open political attack against a candidate for the school board. The chairwoman sat right here, made false accusations against this person, called the candidate a liar, and basically called this candidate a coward because she was no longer in the room when the chairwoman began her public attack. This is unethical. The chairwoman wants to talk about courteous and when people show up to the podium to be courteous in their remarks, but she has a tendency to make mockery of people, especially of me personally, because there's 2 videos out there that she's mocked my comments before while I'm not in the room. So people are not in the room, she has a tendency to go after them. I guess it has to go back to that fairy tale story about the lion and the hunter, or something along those lines. When I say the school board is ineffective, I want to revisit December 10th, 2020, if I can find my remarks quickly enough. See, the whole thing with me started with a curiosity about the school board change from Pioneer to Southwestern. So I'll get quick to the point. The motion on December the 10th, 2020, it's all on the YouTube. Specific motion. Mr. Rick moved that we honor the request of the Suffolkians that came out to the hearing to change the name of Pioneer Elementary School to the name of Southwestern Elementary School. Now I realize I'm the only person in Suffolk that cares about the cost of this, but here's the reason why. There was never a statement of work, there was never any authorization by the school board to fund any change to that school system. Any work that's been performed out there has not been voted on, has not been motioned to, or has not been accounted to this school board or to the public. If you guys make motions like this, if this is how you're going to conduct business, then I ask that you make a motion. Buy Mr. McKinney a new car. Make that motion, pass it. I'll take care of the contract details for myself. Y'all have a good night.
The next speaker is Dr. Wallstrom.
Good evening again. I'm disheartened to hear that the newest chairperson for the Safety Audit Committee has resigned. I had an opportunity to talk with that person and feel for the challenges he faced within the committee. You lost a good person who was willing to serve. Thomas Turner's resignation takes me back to the past issues of the committee, and I know that one of the core issues remains: the purpose and the role of the Safety Committee. I do not believe the board or the attorney yet understand the issue. For background purposes, there are two different types of committees in Virginia's School Safety Audit Program: a school-level committee and a division-level committee. And these are indicated at numbers 1 and 4 on the handout that I just gave you. The committees have different responsibilities required by Virginia Code. At the school level, a committee works together to carry out the responsibilities of the 5 different components of the safety audit program, and you'll see that at number 2. Each school has the charge to complete a written assessment of the safety conditions of the school, to identify and, if necessary, develop solutions for physical safety concerns, including building security issues, identify and evaluate any patterns of student safety concerns occurring on school property or at school-sponsored events, provide solutions and responses that include recommendations for structural adjustments, changes in school safety procedures, and revisions to the school board standards for student conduct. After completing these school-level tasks, each school then prepares a school-level safety audit report, and you'll see that as number 3 on your handout. The safety audit reports and other materials are then given to the division-level safety committee, whose members aggregate and analyze the data from all 21 schools to get a picture of school safety across the school division. And you'll see that at number 5. The division-level committee members then produce a report, including a plan for improving safety. And you'll see that at number 6 on your handout. As has happened before, the school board gave the division-level committee the wrong task. I sat in on a safety committee meeting this year, and it was clear there was confusion of staff for what the committee does and is supposed to do. The chair's directive to the committee was for what a school committee does, not what the division committee does, confusing the focus of the entire committee. Parents want to know that their children are safe in school, and I think you want that too. I respectfully ask the policy committee to again review the safety committee policy to ensure there is a proper focus on the roles and tasks for the division level committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
We have business by board members at this time. Business by board members at this time. Board Member Howell, you want to start?
Good evening. As you all are heading out, I just want to thank the parents that come out and speak. I know sometimes it can be nerve-wracking, but I continue to encourage active engagement in our board meetings by all of the community, especially if you have kids in our schools. We want to hear from you. We want to work with you. Not a whole lot of business tonight. I'll always congratulate our Warriors on their athletic endeavors, and one of them going on to be a Hokie is especially exciting. Congrats to Mr. Hardy for being the Gatorade Virginia athlete. I look forward to a new school year. I look forward to getting back a little bit more normalcy as we go on, hopefully getting volunteers back in the building, and I'd love to be back in there myself to see the good work that our teachers are doing. In the meantime, over the summer, keep your kids reading, keep them in conversations with you around the dinner table or wherever works for your family, and let's just all work together to build a community that we want our kids to be raised in.
Good evening. Ditto to what Board Member Howell said. We are all, well, the kids are on summer break, but we still need to instill in them to read something and continue to be social, so it's easier for them when they come back to school. As always, I want to thank our leadership, Dr. Gordon, for your leadership throughout this school year. We know it has not been easy, but you have stood the test and you have gotten us through, and we appreciate it, and we appreciate your team and all that the Suffolk Public Schools family. This morning, it was an honor and a pleasure to see that under the leadership of our former governor, Ralph Northam, he signed a bill for a grant for $30 million to allocate it for broadband and high-speed internet. And then our own Delegate Jenkins got on the bandwagon, and he put together a task force 2 years ago, and Dr. Gordon was part of that. The Suffolk Redevelopment Housing Director, some other city leaders here in the city of Suffolk, the head people of Dominion Power as well as Charter. They had numerous of meetings, Zoom meetings and some in person, to make sure that Suffolk was part of that $30 million. And this morning we saw it come alive when we met at the site of the old Southwestern School where I went there in the 8th grade, and Mrs. Mayo taught there for 9 years, where we broke ground. She was principal there for 9 years. And we broke ground. We had the hard hats on and the shovels. So broadband and high-speed internet will be coming to Holland area. I think it's going through Weatherville. It's going to be in Isle of Wight. And I'm just excited for the opportunities that our kids will have. They won't have to struggle anymore. And so I just thank Dr. Gordon, and of course I thank Delegate Jenkins for making sure that was on the forefront and that is coming to pass. And I hope all of you have a continued safe summer. And remember that, just think about what I tell my people that I work with: stop and think before you speak and before you act, and think about the consequences or the pros or the cons. Have a good night.
Good evening to all assembled. Certainly at this time, this is a time of year when celebrations continue, and I would like to comment on our recent graduation ceremonies, because graduation was held after our last board meeting. We had 3 marvelous graduation ceremonies at the Chotway Center in Norfolk. Our students were very, very happy. It was a time for celebration, and we are most proud of our 2022 graduates. Also, I had the pleasure of being the speaker for the 5th grade Moving On ceremony at Southwestern Elementary School, where some very excited fifth graders are looking forward to moving on to middle school. And that was a great celebration and a time of joy and happiness for those students. In addition, our GED graduates had a marvelous ceremony on the 30th, I believe, of June over at Nansemond River High School, and I was in attendance at that ceremony. I believe there were 24 graduates, and they worked extremely hard to achieve their goals. Some of them to the point, one gentleman already was at boot camp because we'll be going into the military. And so they have goals and aspirations, and although they took a different route, they were successful in their aspirations. Also, I would like to congratulate all who were honored and mentioned during our recognition this evening during the Good News Report. We are most proud of the accomplishments of all of our Suffolk Public Schools students and our alumni, and that is proof that what we are doing in Suffolk Public Schools, our students are being effective and they're taking advantage of what's offered. As always, I'd like to thank Dr. Gordon and the SAO team, our school administrators, and all who work with our students. As we continue to build the best SPS, we're looking forward to the next school year. And good evening, and thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair, to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Riddick.
Greetings, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to start by saying thank you to the residents of the Suffolk Borough for your continued support and for giving me the opportunity to represent you and be your voice here on the school board. I would also like to give a big shout out to the 877 high school graduates who graduated in June from Suffolk Public Schools, the 399 honor graduates, and a special shout out because our students combined totaling to over $15 million in scholarships, and that speaks volumes. In a past school board meeting, I stated that we need all hands on deck. It's an investment. We all have a part to play. And I meant every word of it. And when we all play our part, and parents are as stakeholders and community partners and educators and administrators alike all work hand in hand, these are some of the returns on your investment. I do want to take this opportunity to shed light on some things, and I'm going to do more in depth on my live on Monday. But when I want to use for a classic example of when the city of Suffolk and the Suffolk City School Board work together as partners, I want to highlight some of the great work we can achieve. And one classic example of that is when Dr. Gordon came to the division, I believe we ranked number 9 in pay scale. Dr. Gordon, we were number 9 in pay scale. And this board, along with Dr. Gordon and along with our city council, has advocated for an additional revenue so we can apply it directly to salaries. And to date, I believe we have moved from number 9 to number 4. We're in the 3 and 4 range, and that speaks volumes. So our priority is taking care of our people, not just our staff, but as well as our students. So as we continue to move forward, it is our desire to continue to work hand in hand. Well, I can't speak for anyone else, but it's my desire that we continue to work hand in hand. And I believe it's the desire of some of the others to work hand in hand with our council. And as that, you will see some of the great work we can achieve, just as we move from number 9 to we are teetering between the 3 and 4th place as far as salaries. So I want to, in closing, just thank you for the opportunity. When we work together, there's nothing that we can't do. And I just implore each of us to set our differences aside and work for the common goal, and that's the good of our children. Thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a few comments. I want to thank those that are working in all of our summer programs this year. All of our employees are not on vacation. They are working diligently in all of those programs, and I appreciate those efforts, and I know we're going to have a lot of success that comes from them. I thank those. I'd like to reflect on a former school board member and mentor of mine. On July the 6th, Suffolk lost one of its true advocates of public education. Mr. Bill Whitley, William Bill Whitley, was principal of John Yates High School from 1967 to 1990. And he hired me as a teacher at John Yates High School, and I worked for him for over 17 years. He was a very practical educator. He was a fine gentleman. After his retirement from Suffolk Public Schools, we moved on to Nansemond River High School and opened that new high school the same year that Lakeland was opened. He chose to retire, and he didn't really retire, though. He became a school board member soon thereafter, and he served 18 years on the Suffolk School Board with the Chuckatuck Borough. And oftentimes, he never had anyone to run against him. When he was first elected, when he was first on the board, he was appointed, and then we moved in the city of Suffolk to elected school boards. I am also proud to say that during my first term on the board, I served with Mr. Whitley, and that was a great pleasure. He was always a mentor of mine and a good friend, and we have lost a giant. And he served 51 years in education in Suffolk Public Schools. He gave so much. He had students that would approach him, and say, "Mr. Whitley, I remember when you expelled me from school." And he said, I heard him say one time, this gentleman approached him, and it had been many, many years, and he said, "I have fond memories of that, Mr. Whitley. You expelled me one day, and the next day you showed up at my house and said, 'Get in my pickup, we're going to school. You'll come with me every day, and I'll take you to school, and I'll bring you back, and we won't have any more discussion on that.'" He was a very practical educator, a pragmatist, and a great man. And I'd like to honor him and offer my sympathy to his family. His wife preceded him, who was his backbone and right hand, but I offer sympathy to his 2 sons and grandchildren. And to Bill and Brad Whitley, you had a great father and a great example. My deepest sympathy to that family. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for those who've come out to speak, and hopefully we can solve problems for those who are having difficulties of whatever kind of difficulty we're having. As I do, I like to make sure that no one leaves here with misinformation, and no one who is listening leaves with misinformation. When we have our policies with regard to purchasing, we've explained those. We've answered all questions for the public with regard to our policy. It has not changed with regard to the superintendent and his ability to purchase things. I don't know if people have any idea of what things cost, but I'll give you for example. If we want to purchase a trailer for a mobile unit for instruction, it costs about $100,000 once we put the electronics in the mobile unit. We should not have to have a board meeting to purchase a mobile unit, for the board to approve a mobile unit if we need a mobile unit behind a school. The superintendent ought to have the ability to purchase one of those without us having to assemble 7 board members to do that. So that's just to give you some idea of how prices and costs have changed over the years. And sometimes I believe when the public is unaware of those kinds of things, they may think things, but that's just to get some of that information out there, because those are decisions that the superintendent may have to make before the month is over if there are problems, and we need to reach out and solve those problems. The other thing with regard to misinformation, with regard to the meeting a joint meeting or a joint board or a small board or a small gathering. The school board has repeatedly requested joint meetings between that we handle problems or discuss issues with a full meeting of the school board and a full meeting of the city council. We vote on things together. If 15 of us vote to have capital expenditure projects or capital improvement plan, we need those persons to assemble to change those plans. If we're going to do major purchases and change those major purchases because we represent the citizens of the city. One person, me from the school board, will not go and change the plans that have been made by 7 school board members, and 2 people from city council, as I understand the law, should not be changing the plans for that 8 people from city council voted on. That's the way the law works, and that's the way the representative government should work. The other thing is that this is just as a tax-paying voting person. We are supposed to be, we were given before 2014, I believe it's the 2012, 2013, as I understand the history, the capital improvement plan of the city, that human resources building in the city was designated for Suffolk Public Schools to have it as an administrative building. The improvements in that building should have been made, as I understand, for safety. And if voting machines and votes are housed in that building, as citizens and voters of the city, we should all be concerned if there are no sprinklers in the building and it is not safe. If the elevators don't work and people work in that building every day, as citizens, we should be concerned. So there are some things that are just basic information that if people are concerned about their city and about other things, they need to think before they speak. Now, let's get on to some important things for Suffolk Public Schools. And I like to talk about Suffolk Public Schools because at graduation, we haven't met since graduation, and the fact that our students were offered $15 million in scholarships says a great deal for our schools. It says that our students can indeed read, and they do well in that regard because the universities that offered them scholarships from Princeton and other universities, Hampton University, I used to work there, we don't take students who don't read. So we know that you all have done a wonderful job. They got C.T. Rigg College and career from our college and career academy at Pruden. Students did quite well. I saw the shawls. Thank you, Mr. Skinner and that team over there for the wonderful work you did. 45% of the students got honors. We got dual diploma, dual degree students who graduated. As a matter of fact, our young lady, one who graduated magna cum laude, I believe. Yes, graduated magna cum laude at the community college as well as graduating with honors from us. So she'll get 2 years of undergraduate work because she already has her associate's degree, and then she has scholarships to college. When I saw the students stand, they had students at, was it Lakeland, who stood, who got over $250,000 in scholarships. That's impressive by all standards from anywhere. So I looked at those, and I looked at the national recognitions for our Pathways programs, for our international baccalaureate programs. But I'll tell you the thing that stood out in my mind, and I shared this with some of my colleagues here on the board. For teachers to come to us and say to us, it was the most heartwarming thing that I heard during the entire graduation. A teacher who is a year from retirement came to us and said, when she first opened her contract to see her salary, she felt like she was being paid as a professional in over 30 years. That made me feel good, and she wanted to thank the board and the superintendent for the work that we had done to try to get her a salary that at least looked like it was commensurate with the work she had done. So I just want to say thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you to my peers on the board for the work that you've done. Thank you to the staff, and thank you to all the teachers and the parents and all the folks who are listening, and thank you especially to our students and the community for the work that you've done. That ends my comments, and we're going to go to two things. We have informational items on the board. If you have your agenda, you've seen those. I have one announcement to make. We would like to extend the deadline for the Citizen Advisory Committee applications. As I understand it, we had it listed on the agenda last month, but there were some people who did not understand what they were supposed to do or follow the directions. So let me give them one more time. If you serve on the committee altogether, you're still supposed to contact your board member if you would like to continue to stay. If you are a citizen and you're interested in serving, please send written communication, it can be an email or whatever, to your board member from your borough. Don't send it to me. Send it to the board member from your borough, because they would appoint, we can appoint one person. They will appoint you to a committee, the committee you're interested in. They would be the person to recommend you for appointment. They get to appoint one person, and it would be, that written notification would have to be in by July 28th. The deadline has been extended for the citizen advisory committees. Okay, so send it to your board member, and also send it to Ms. Tasha Gardner, copy it to your board member, but they will be the people who appoint you. So 2 contacts should be on that, and by July 28th. The other items are informational, and I will accept at this time, unless there are more questions, concerns, statements, a motion for adjournment.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded unless there's other business. Madam Clerk?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Good night, everyone. Have a safe night, safe evening.